What's up, folks? I hope everybody's doing wonderful. Welcome into Captain Whiff and to Moonfaced, who grabbed their medals before the rest of the pack arrived. Welcome in, everyone. Welcome in. It's nice to see you. I'm uh, I'm super sore today. Thank you for the hydrate, Moon. I've been working a lot these past 2 days, and so like on Monday I did a 12-hour shift. Building some stage for Twice, who were in Montreal, and yesterday we had to undo the whole thing in like 5 hours. So it was a bit of a workout. I'll my legs are like half steel and half mush. It's a weird feeling. It's been a while since I worked out that hard. Now we did not have a time limit. It's just that we start working at like 10:30, so everybody wants to get the fuck out. And the nice thing about working with IATSE is that everything is um well spelled out by the union's convention. And so we have a minimum paid time for for everything, but for takeouts, for loadouts rather, at Bell Center, what they do is they pay you a minimum of 6 hours if you did not do the load in. If you did the load in, then you get 5 hours, but like you also get the pay from the load in, so it balances out. So basically, everyone wants to be done before they reach that minimum pay time. Because if you do it in 3 hours, you get paid 6. That's basically double time. Yeah, exactly. So it's one of the reasons the Montreal crew is so efficient. Like we're known throughout North America for being some of the best stage workers because we work fast, we do it well, and we know our shit for the most part. Montreal is a very, very well respected city for stagehands. Yeah, exactly. But the thing is that it's not just like it's not the companies that treat the workers well, it's the workers that decided they would be well treated, and they put their foot down and they said, give us the good stuff. IATSE is the oldest. Yeah, unionizing is good. IATSE is the oldest union in North America. If I'm not mistaken, they were founded in like 1851 or something like that. Uh, 1893. So we're 133 years old. Well, almost in like 6 months. Hey, welcome in, Rat God. So yeah, it's ever since the beginning of COVID. Well, actually, since a little bit before COVID, they'd been negotiating the new conventions, and they renegotiated during COVID because with the pandemic, a lot of things changed, inflation skyrocketed, and so they sat down with employers and they said, "Well, what we just spent 2 years negotiating, we got to do it again because now everything's changed." And so we've had two major updates to most of IATSE's conventions in the past like 4 years. And it really made a big difference. It's been good money, good working conditions. A lot of places that paid less now follow the bigger conventions of bigger employers. So it's been a very good update for the stagehands in Montreal. And yeah, so what was funny Monday is that the job took 12 hours, but it could have taken like 5. And the reason it took so long is because I was working on a team. I was working on the power team, and a lot of the things that we needed to power just took forever to be put in place, basically. Yeah, I mean at 11:30 we were done like 80% of the job for the day. Like at noon we'd already been doing like at noon 30 when they sent us to eat, we'd already been doing like an hour of standby, and like most of the job was done. Like the big major chunks that were needed for everybody else to be able to get their power and to be able to work, that was already all done. All that was left basically was to put power under the stage for the changing rooms and the AC. And the problem is that we needed the stage to be built and to be in its final position. But for that, they needed all the lighting and the video to be up in the air because there was a shit ton of stuff above the stage. And well, these guys, to be able to put to hook their lamps and their video walls and to lift everything up, well, they needed rigging to be done because all these things require motors and everything. And everybody started at the same time. Usually they have the rigging guys start like 1 or 2 hours before everyone else so that it kind of accelerates everything. But for this gig, they had everyone start at the same time. So for the first like 2 hours, almost nobody was working except the rigging guys. Like everybody was working, but like nothing major was being done because the rigging had to be done first. And so for the first like 2 hours, it was rigging and power. That's it. And then once that was done, then all the electrics, all the video, all the audio and the automation could be done. And they start building the stage at the same time. They do it on the side, but they can't build the whole thing until there's enough room for it. So it just took forever. At like 3:30, our lead tells us, "Okay, let's go. We go under the stage. We start, plugging our shit and putting everything into place." And then like an hour and a half later, the stage manager comes in and he's like, "I'm sorry everyone, I'm so sorry, but this stage needs to move 1.5 meters. Not like 1.5 foot, 1.5 meter." And so we had to unplug a bunch of shit. Everybody had to pull out so much stuff from under the stage. And then we pulled it, we moved it to its final position, and then we had to redo the whole thing. Yeah, it was just it could have taken like 5 or 6 hours, but it took 12 just because they were not really well organized. But as they say, chaos means cash, so whatever. Send videos to our DMs too? Oh wow, kind of cool. Oh yeah, at least it looked good. I'll share it with you guys. That's the video Moon just linked. Not the video, but the photo, the picture. So that was the center stage. There were 3 stages. That was one of them, and you can kind of see the ramps on the sides here. These were doing big L's like that, so they could go further on the ice. And that central stage there had 9 elevators because there are 9 members in the band, right? So they had 9 elevators to that could lift them up until they were on the stage. These elevators are capable of lifting, they told me they're capable of lifting 9 tons for one person. It's like, I've never seen something so overkill. these elevators, we had to be like 10 people to move them. They were so heavy. Every time we put one in a truck, the whole truck was shaking. So yep, that was my Monday all day, and that was my yesterday night. We did that. Honestly, it came out like, for the time it took to build and how convoluted everything felt, it came down super fast. I was impressed. It really came down super fast. It was smooth, and it went really well yesterday, all things considered. But that was a workout and a half. Like, the power cables. So basically, how it works for stage lighting, for not lighting, but for stage power, is they will separate every phase of current, because it would be like they're pulling so much amperage that it would be too much for one cable. The cables would heat up really fast, or they would have to be gigantic, but that's not realistic. So what they do is they've got, every power cable is 5 distinct cables. You have 3 of them for the phases of current. Then you have one for neutral, and you have one for the ground. The ground is just like a security. Basically, it's just like, if anything goes wrong, everything's going in the ground instead of like exploding everywhere. But these cables, each one of them is like an inch thick, and so you have 5 1-inch thick cables all taped up together that you need to move around, and these things are like 50 meters long. Like, one bundle, we have to be like 3 people to be able to lift that up. And so and like, we had something like 15 of these bundles to plug in everywhere and like move around. And of course, they want you to like make nice smooth, like to hug the corners of the walls and everything so that it's not in the way of anyone. It was like, imagine playing with like 100 pounds of spaghetti and trying to make it like all nice and flat and smooth. I was worried that I'd wake up for work and you wouldn't have come home yet. Oh my god, that would have been my worst nightmare, Moon. Yes, DH, you were totally here on time. You're see, it's because you have priority. You've been so diligent at redeeming your medals that like people respect that, and they leave them for you. All right, I think it's time to press buttons, guys. Huh. Captain Whiff, I think I discovered why we had issues launching Rivals 2 the other day. I've never seen that screen before. but I think they added DirectX 12 to the game. It surely helps with gameplay smoothness. I had they let me choose between DirectX 12 and DirectX 11. Before it was only DirectX 11. There was no choice. So I'm pretty sure they updated the game to use DirectX 12, but that makes for longer boot times. I want to do something real quick. Where are the settings? Audio. Oh, it's already at max. Okay. I think I need to make Rivals louder in Windows. Oh, there it is. Put it at like 80%. Just want to make sure it's okay in OBS. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay. Like lately I've been realizing how quiet my Rivals 2 sound is. Like sometimes I boot up the game and I can barely hear it because like Moon's speaking on voice chat on the side. Every time that happens, I'm like, why do I put this game so low compared to everything else on my computer? And then like lately I've been doing some video editing, and whenever I edit a Rivals clip, I can barely hear the game. Like, why do I do this? Like, why is this game sound so low? You could at least leave the music while you load. Yeah, they could. I guess they could boot the music before the game, right? At least you have a little something to listen to. Alright. We are pressing buttons. As always, guys, so today's gonna be mostly a casual day because I'm just so beat up from yesterday that like I don't feel like playing ranked, but if anybody wants to play friendlies at any point, feel free to hit me up. If we have enough people, we can do doubles. That'd be fun. Luis Boss wants us to go easy on them. Who is you, Luis Boss? Oh. I just realized I have the wrong overlay on. There we go, fixed it. I would clap your cheeks besidely. I'm at work. Oh, that is kind of sad, Captain Whiff. Oh wow. Just killed myself. Killed myself just like that. Go home right now. Yes, listen to Moon. Listen to Moon. Nice rock, Kragg. Nice rock pull. Oh. I would have thought I was far enough to be able to pull that rock. Oh! Get dunked, mate. Get dunked. Yes. Okay, that was sick. It was totally unnecessary, but it was sick. fuck work. That's the truth right there. Oh, they're switching to Kragg. Let's go. Yes. Join the Kragg Nation. Oh, I wanted the up smash. Woo, baby. Woo, baby. Okay. I tried something. That would have been... It would have been nice. I don't exactly know what I wanted to do, but I know it would have been nice. Ow. Okay, that was silly. You paid $20 for this skin and you just shit on it like it was garbage. No, not like garbage. This skin is nice. If you like getting beat up with style gives you more points than just getting beat up. So they still win. They're still winning. Till this day, I'll never understand Kragg. Listen, Smart and Tart. Kragg is all about doing whatever comes to mind and having fun with it. It's the silliest character in the game. Basically, when you play Kragg, you have to think. You have to think in grapples. Oh shit! Like Kragg's strength is being able to like ignore shield. Basically, it's the same thing with Larena. If you play everything in a way that nullifies your opponent's shield, you're playing Kragg right. Is that a kill? Oh! Boom. And also you need to spam down B. You know, Kragg's down B is such a good killing move. That's the biggest mistake I was making for the past like 6 months. I was not using down B enough. Ow. To me, Kragg doesn't feel like a heavy, and I love heavies. Honestly, aside from like Locks and Galvan, nobody feels like a heavy in this game. For me at least. Like this game is fast enough. Like everyone is fast enough that like nobody really feels like a heavy. Whee! Boom. Lux and Galvan, I do play. Yeah, well, that tracks. Imagine, I'm the guy you're playing, by the way. Hey, welcome in, Luis Bus. GG's. I hope you're having fun. I'm having fun, but I don't want the game to be like unfun for you. It's been fun. Nice, nice. I'm not trying to like run a train in this respect. I'm just like playing around and trying random stuff. I know sometimes like seeing your opponent's style on you can feel a bit bad. But basically I'm just trying like the silliest options that come to mind. I've really been in an exploratory phase lately with Kragg. Uh-oh, that was dangerous. I don't care about losing. That's good. Honestly, that's good. That's how you learn in this game. Not much more, like, there's not much else you can do aside from like getting your ass handed to you a bunch of times and then eventually learning and picking stuff up. Just waiting for my main to pop up. Oh, you don't really main anyone yet, Smart and Tart? Alright, have a good day at work, Captain Whiff. Talk to you later. Oh, sorry. Uh-oh. Who's supposed gotta go? Oh no. Controller's issues are the worst. Did they? Oh my god. Okay, I think they changed Kragg. That side B cancel feels so sluggish. Uh-huh. There was, oh right, I didn't look it up, but there was a balance update for Rivals like yesterday. Pretty sure they changed the way Kragg's side B works, because that's why I was like, why can't I crouch cancel fast forward? X locks main, fleet main, ally and a main at heart. Oh yeah. Yeah, I guess it must be rough out there for the ally mains right now. Ah! Oh my god, you almost killed me. Sheesh. Yo, GG's, Luis Buzz. You got me there. I was lucky your pillar popped me up. Yeah, I'll have to check up the changes, the balance changes after this these few games, because Kragg feels different and I need to know exactly how. The recovery was hit pretty hard this patch. Yeah. After so okay, let's play this set, Luis Bus, and then I'll go check out the patch. But yeah, I used to be a Maple main before I switched to Kragg. In Rivals 1, I main Maple and Abza. And in this one I tried maining Maple at the start, and it was not really cutting it for me. Like, Maple is a very technical character, and not knowing the ins and outs of this game very well, I was really struggling with it. Switching to Kragg really helped me figure out the game. And now that I actually know what I'm doing with Kragg, I'm just having so much fun with him that I don't see myself switching. For a while, I was QQing about Kragg, because like he is oppressive. Like, he's very, very good and deserves most of the nerfs that came his way. I won't argue with that. But you have to know what you're doing. You have to be playing Kragg like in what makes Kragg good. Like, say with characters like Claren or Zetterburn, there are so many ways you can play these characters that like their kit is just inherently flowy. Like, you can be playing them in so many different ways that are still gonna work and still gonna give you good results. You don't necessarily need to be doing exactly what the character was intended to do for them to be good, right? With Kragg, it's also kind of true. Like, there are many ways you can play Kragg, but if you don't use the cargo grab a lot, if you don't do like the shenanigans with the side B rolling, you're doing yourself a disservice, because this character needs these tools. Cargo grab is such a good option. If you're not using it, you're losing a like half of the character's strategy. And like down B, if you don't go for down B kills, you're missing so many opportunities to finish stocks. For me, it was Locks. Then I get sad how the other Locks main play him and just dropped him. Oh, so people made you rage quit Locks because they play boring? Damn. I mean, I kinda respect that. Like, when you find out what your character represents in the eyes of others because of how he's played most of the time, I guess it can make you feel bad. Like, I would never main Rano for basically that reason. Ranos online are so often BM. Like, I don't want to associate myself with that. And I pick the fleet and player rarely. Ice something more closer to Eliana, and nothing really hits. No, there's nothing really like Eliana in this game so far. I main him and currently stuck silver. Feel like I don't use cargo enough. Yes, that might. Whoops. Definitely using cargo more would help you, Louis Bus. That's for sure. There's a bunch of things though. Like, I don't want to start like giving you tons of advice unless you actually want them. Let me know if you want me to give you a few pointers. So far, I see a few things in your general play that could be improved. I can't play very lame. I can't move with him. Oh, right. Yeah, Loxodon is like a very light rock, right? You need to be able to move a rock on ice to be able to play locks smoothly. Time to work for me. Alright, GG's JS. You have a good day at work. Woo, baby. How good do you think Kragg is post-patch? I can't answer that right now, Mosha, because I haven't read the patch yet, and today is the first time I play him since the patch. So I'll be able to really answer that question in a few hours with some more practice. I'm gonna read the patch right now, actually. So I'll be giving you guys my opinion on it. But yeah, I'll need to play around with it a little more before I can give an informed opinion. Yo, GG's, Louis Bus. That was nice. I'll see you again. If you want to hang out in chat a little more, I can give you some pointers as to your play if you're interested. I don't mind some advice. Okay, so the first thing I notice is that you're spamming a lot of aerials, a lot of hits in general. So the two things I would tell you to do if you want to improve from there, you need to move faster. You need to gain a little bit of speed overall. Go in practice mode, practice wave dashing out of shield, practice wave landing on platforms, and then landing on the ground under platforms, and from there like moving around as fast as you can. A good tool to practice that is the eye challenge. I don't know where we find it these days, but like there's a challenge where there are eyeballs that pop up on the stage that you need to break in trials. Okay. Oh yeah, so yeah, you go in eye break mode and try to get a good score. Like that's gonna force you to move around a lot. It's also a very good way to practice hit fall, so that's good for combos. And the second thing I would tell you is be careful when you throw out moves, because you were doing a lot of like advancing towards me, and you were doing like a good job of like taking center stage, and from there like pushing me in the corner. But after that, you were basically just standing in place and spamming like forward tilts and up tilts, or like short hop forward airs, but you were not really threatening anything with them. You were just like standing there and throwing out hitboxes. If that like, tell me if I make sense for you. So basically, I'll go into training mode to show you this. Show you what I mean. He's doing the lock strats. Kinda, yeah. So basically, okay. Thoughts on the patch besides Kragg? I can't answer that right now, Brayden, because right now I'm doing I'm giving a little bit of advice to Louis Bus, but after that I'm gonna read the patch and I'll be able to talk a little more about that. If you wanna hang around for 10 or 15 minutes, I'll be able to talk about the patch more. So imagine there's someone in front of you here, right? My opponent is like over here, dash dancing at the ledge. Maybe they want to hop on the platform to try and go above me, move around a little bit on the stage like this, you know. Maybe they want to come in at me and like do a dash attack to try and hit me, right? If I stand here, I control a good amount of stage. I control a good amount of space. But it all depends on what I do with it. So if I just stand here, like they're at the ledge, right? If I just stand here and do like jabs or like forward tilts, or like I spam down tilts at them, I spam up tilts, like I'm not really threatening much. The second I throw out an up tilt, suddenly I make myself vulnerable. And if they were coming in with a dash attack, they just need to time it at the end of my up tilt, and suddenly I'm the one getting punished. So what I want to do here is instead I want to like occupy the space, but without committing to any option. So if they're... Hey, welcome in, Arcade. If they're coming at me, then I want to like run back, avoid the dash attack, and then come back with a hit, right? I want to be able to see them moving. Say I'm over here, I'm like, you know, moving around, threatening stuff. And then I see them go on the platform, and I'm like... So like they climb on the platform here, right? And from here they can do two things. Well, three things. They can climb up on the top platform. They can come down and then do whatever on the ground. Or they can like just chill there and shield and wait for me to do something. So what I'm gonna do here, when I see them climb on the platform to try and take some space, well, what I'll do is I won't necessarily go attack them on the platform. Maybe I go over here and I try to stuff them out as they're going for top platform. And that can also become a bait. So if they do go on top platform, maybe I hit them with an up air and I start a combo. But if they don't, then I can fade back and suddenly there's more space between us. And then when they decide to come down on the ground and, you know, go for like a dash attack or like jabs from there, then I can just like avoid those and come and grab them. And so where I'm going with all of this is you have to think about your character's options in terms of effective range and how to use that to block space around your opponent. Thank you for the follow, by the way. So if I'm over here, where does my forward air reach? It reaches like 2 squares in front of me, right? But it actually reaches much farther. Because if I dash and do a forward air, suddenly I can reach like the tip of the platform over here. And that's fast enough that like people won't be able to react to that. So that's your effective range. From here, the effective range of my forward air is all the way over there. That's the effective range of my forward air. And that's Kragg's effective range. Say the effective range of my up air is like all the way up here. Right? Because if my opponent is standing on the platform, or like they're coming from above and they're gonna land on the platform. If I time that up air to stuff out the landing, I hit them right before they touch the platform, they can't react to that. They don't have time. So that's the effective range of my up air. I have the effective range of my back air over here. See, my effective range is almost the entire stage right now. Standing here. But if I just stand around, like if I just stand on the ground and do down tilts to try and stuff out approaches, all they have to do is not approach. And suddenly I'm losing that interaction. But if I run at them and then poke them with a down tilt, suddenly I can pressure stuff. And that becomes a mix-up. I can run with a down tilt, and then the counterplay for them is to shield. But I can also run in and grab, and suddenly I beat their shield. And so there's a 50-50 there. And they'll need to predict whether I'm coming in with a hit or with a grab. And same thing, if I know they're jumping on the platform, I can jump there with a forward air and stuff them out as they're going up. But I can also wave land on the platform and go grab them. And suddenly there's another 50-50 there. And so that's what you want to do. Basically, you want to occupy center stage and then threaten a bunch of options with the way you're moving around. So you rarely want to use your moves like in a static fashion like you were doing in our game, just like standing there and throwing out hitboxes, because that's easy to counter. They just need to time themselves between my back airs right now, and they hit me with like whatever they want. But if I'm going like this, suddenly it's much harder. If I'm going like, okay, one forward air here, then I go up, and then I wait for them to come at me, and then I go like over here, threaten something at the ledge, come down with a back air, and then I go up here and try to hit them. See what I'm doing? Like, mixing up is very important. And also, you want to think in terms of overshoots and retreats. So retreating aerials are super good because people will try to punish you, but if you're going backwards, suddenly you get a punish over them. And when you want to actively go get them, you want to overshoot. So you don't want to stand in their face and like threaten things in front of them. You want to go at them and hit them where they can't retreat themselves. Basically, you like from here, my main options would be overshoot an attack to hit them like right at the ledge or like right at the edge of the platform, or like do some retreating aerials in case they come at me, and then from here I can like dash, dance, and grab or whatever. Does that make sense for you? Arcade says, I haven't read most of the changes since Abza got a lot herself, and I've been trying to digest those. How do you feel about Kragg stuff? I'm gonna read it right now. Actually, Arcade, I didn't look at the patch earlier. I actually forgot there was a patch before I started. Got a bit of delay since I'm on my phone, but it all makes sense. Thanks a lot. Yo, GG's. I'm glad I could help you a little bit. Yeah, you'll see. It'll take some time to really integrate it into your gameplay. But if you want more information on this, check out Hungrybox's guide around bubble theory. He's one of the best resources concerning exactly what I laid out there. He does a great job of explaining like the nuances of the idea. That's 1.5. Okay, we want 1.5.5. That's the latest patch. New launch option pop-up. Okay, so yeah, they added DirectX 12 there. New shop items. Audio updates. Okay. Okay, general. Oh my money. Okay, there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of stuff to cover, guys. Holy shit, this is a long patch. Alright, buckle up. We're diving in. So suppress dash attack is now enabled on the default control scheme. That's cool. Air dodges and attacks that set your vertical velocity to a specific value will now cancel all vertical knockback velocity. Okay, interesting. This prevents some weird momentum quirks when performing an attack after hit stun, especially if the hit had a low hit stun multiplier. Okay, that's actually good, I think, because, yeah, sometimes there can be very weird interactions when you're, like, the momentum of your move gets subtracted from, like, your velocity, but it doesn't cancel it. Some stuff like, once in a while, I'll be with Kragg to get my pillar, but I still have a bunch of horizontal velocity, and then I just, like, land beside the pillar and kill myself because of that. Okay, Musha says changes are not anything I wouldn't already have noticed. Yeah, well, I still like to really see the nitty-gritty details, because sometimes you get some insight out of it. Characters that have used the their wall cling resource will now wall jump when doing wall cling inputs. Okay, that's interesting. This makes the input consistent regardless of your wall cling resource status. Characters in parry stun can no longer be pushed by other players. Okay, this prevents them from being pushed off ledges by forward moving attacks, which would cancel the parry stun. Shield break will now freeze your environmental collision box bottom for 60 frames. Previously, it was inconsistent whether a character would land on a platform at the peak of the shield break launch arc, since their animation might move their ECB bottom upward. Now every character will behave the same at the peak, so you can always know whether they will land on a platform or not. That is very nice. See, this kind of thing is one of the main reasons I love Rivals. They're really going for consistency in the interactions. They want to remove some of the less fun jank out of the game. Ledge attack, ledge special, ledge jump, and ledge roll now all use 3 frame buffer instead of the full 6 frame buffer. Okay. This is intended to reduce the number of accidental buffered ledge actions. Ledge drop inputs are intentionally excluded, and all inputs performed between the ledge drop input and the actual ledge drop will still be buffered afterward with the full 6 frame buffer. Okay. Attacks can now specify a ledge grab frame that occurs after their IASA frame. There were too many aerials that could be performed after a ledge drop double jump and still grab ledge afterward with a generous window, so we've made it possible to prevent them from grabbing ledge without needing to add extra recovery to them. This has been widely applied across the cast, both to prevent the ledge grab entirely or to tighten the window when it's possible. Okay, this is interesting. So basically they're nerfing invincible aerials, like invincible aerial refreshes at the ledge. I think that's good. I think that's a good change. Because some characters could do it very consistently and others just didn't really have an option for it. So I think making it a little bit more even across the cast is gonna be healthy for the game. It's a good call. I agree that general changes aren't necessarily sexy, but they do make sense and will benefit the game, I think. Yeah, it's just like common sense changes, basically. Imagine having ledge options. Yeah, rip Abza in that department for sure. Grabbed characters will now have at least as much armor as the grabbing player. This prevents opponents from being hit out of armored throws like Larena's command grabs. Grabbed escape states are now intangible for their full duration. This prevents the grabbing player's teammates from getting guaranteed punishes on the grabbed player once they are released from a grab, whether from waiting too long or from breaking a pommel. All throws will now prevent SDI for the thrown player. Oh, that's interesting. That's interesting. That really helps Loxodon, among others. Just like that, Loxodon's forward throw really comes to mind. I always smash DI Loxodon's, because Loxodon's forward throw is 2 hits, right? One where he pops you up to be able to bat you with the axe, and then the actual axe hit. I always try to SDI that first hit in so that the axe misses or gets the sour spot, but now that's gonna be impossible. Previously this only applied to standard throws, while most other throws were given ×0 SDI multipliers to emulate the same behavior. However, this made non-grabbed players hit by the move also unable to SDI it, so this fix makes it properly prevent SDI for only the grabbed player. This also buffs all of Larena's command grabs since they were previously SDI-able. Yeah, I don't think Larena really needed a buff in that department, but yeah, you know, whatever. Maximum vertical distance for grabs lowered from 200 to 150. This makes it less likely to grab someone far above or below you. Chain grab protection is now removed when bouncing off a wall or ceiling after missing the attack. Oh, that's nice. That's really cool. This increases the punishment for missing a wall ceiling tech, especially when fighting Kragg due to his pillar and cargo throws. Yeah, that's really nice. I think that's super flavorful. Fixed a bug that caused characters to teleport through the stage when released from certain grabs. For example, if Larena grabbed Orcane with down air on Air Armada close to the ground, but then got interrupted by a bubble, Orcane would be teleported below the stage. Oh my god, okay, that must have been so weird. Okay. Interesting. For Zetterburn, we want to focus on a few of his aerials that do a bit too much regardless of which hitbox he lands. We're also increasing his hit stun gravity to emphasize his combo ability as a weakness. Hit stun gravity from 1.4 to 1.5. So in order to offset his offensive strengths, we're making him get comboed a bit harder than he previously did at mid percents and higher. Okay, that's nice. That's very interesting. I think that's a healthy change. Because sometimes at higher percent it could be very tough to get a kill on Zetterburn, like outside of edge guarding scenarios. So that's gonna help with that a bit. As a Zetter player, I approve of these messages. Yeah, so far these changes really make sense. I mean, we're not super far into the patch, but like so far it really makes sense. Uncharged neutral special knockback from 7 plus 0.15 to 7 plus 0.075. This makes it knocks opponents down at much later percents than it did previously. Okay. Forward tilt hit 1 knockback from 4.5 plus 0.825 to 4.5 plus 0.35. This makes it less effective when trading with opponent attacks. Okay, that's interesting. Yeah, because a lot of Zetters would go, like, when you're at high percent, they would just try to get a trade with a forward tilt to really to get the kill. Now it's gonna be a little bit less effective. Forward tilt hit 2 active frames from 3 to 2. Recovery adjusted to keep the same IASA frame. Forward tilt hit 2 animation changed so that his arms stay in front of him for the active frames. This reduces the disjoint of this move significantly, making it worse at contesting space. Okay, yeah, I see that. Holy shit, holy disjoint. God damn. That was a bit ridiculous. That was a bit ridiculous. I'll mind that change Zetter is not a one-to-one to Fox, but Fox being the best is offset by the fact every single character can combo his ass. Yeah, that's really what makes Melee so balanced, right? Imagine if Fox was actually hard to combo. That game would be brutal. I've read them all and I think they're good. Nice. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 12 to 21. Okay, so like no more invincible nair regrab from like on ledge. Forward air recovery from 20 to 25. Okay, so forward air is going to be slower now. It's gonna be more vulnerable towards the end. Forward air recovery window ledge grab frame from 20 to 27. This move was still doing a bit too much even without needing to land, so we're adding some more recovery. Back air recovery from 15 to 16. Back air recovery window ledge grab frame from 15 to 22. Up air recovery from 17 to 21. Those are kind of big nerfs. That's a 25% increase in recovery frames on his forward air. And then another like almost 25% on his up air. This makes it more committal in the air and reduces its combo potential when not landing. Up air sweet spot knockback from 8 plus 0.8 to 6 plus 0.95. This makes it weaker until around 111%. Okay, so yeah, that makes the up air weaker at low and mid percent. But since the scaling is higher, it's gonna be more effective as a killing move towards the very high percents. Yeah, I agree, Moo. I think his up air and his forward air were overtuned. These changes make sense. Yeah, they're quite big changes, but yeah, we'll see. I don't think it's gonna make the character like bad or anything. But for sure it's gonna be some adjustment for those other players out there. Up air chest hitbox knockback angle from 50 to 45. This makes DI away more effective against this move. That's nice. Up air chest hitbox radius from 30 to 45. Moved 15 centimeters upward. This makes Zetterburn have to space the move more precisely to get the more rewarding knockback of the arm sour spots. Okay. Up air recovery window ledge grab frame from 21 to 26. So I don't know if he's not going to be able to do like invincible aerial refreshes on ledge with these new frame data, but at the very least it's going to be much harder. That's interesting. Seems like they hit a lot of characters at the same time too, which should hopefully make it feel better. Yeah, sometimes when they hit only like 1 or 2 characters in major patches, it can feel a little bit weird for these people, but yeah, right now they seem to have targeted a lot of people. So far I agree with Zetterburn's changes. We'll see whether these nerfs on aerials are a bit too harsh, but I don't think it's gonna be that bad. I think that so far that really makes sense. Neutral special recovery window ledge grab frame from 16 to 23. Then for neutral air, they increased it from 11 to 20. That's very good. Rano's neutral air from ledge is so good. I'm glad to see that he won't be able to refresh it as easily now. Yeah, fair feels pretty bad, but yeah. But yeah, like Zetterburn's forward air was so spammable. It's gonna be it's good that it's gonna be a little bit more committal now. Forward air recovery window ledge grab frame from 24 to 32, and then for back air from 16 to 23. For up air they increased it to 22 frames, and for down air they increased it to 23 frames. So basically they only hit Rano at the ledge, nothing else. I think that's very good, because Rano at the ledge is a monster. So not being able to be as safe with his aerials is gonna help. Yeah, that's just like they probably did it for consistency's sake, and also because that's one of the areas where Rano shines the most. I think that's yeah, Rano the ledge always gives you Sheik vibes. I think that's what they intended for. This character is so good at the ledge. It's crazy. For Raster. Raster can now perform tilt cancels with strong inputs. Okay. That's actually kind of cool. Nice. Tilts can now jump cancel when hitting an object, not just players. Interesting. I didn't know Raster could jump cancel his tilts. Huh? Do they mean the aerial tilts or like the grounded tilts? Huh. I had no idea about that. That's very interesting. That was a very prominent thing he could do. Yeah, well that's very huh. I didn't know that. That's funny. Played a lot of Raster before Abza came out, and I didn't know that either. They fixed a bug where hitting an opponent with forward specials projectile while another slipstream is already active would give the extended active time to the old slipstream instead of the new one. Okay. Well, that just makes sense. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 21 to 26, and then for forward air they increased it from 20 to 25, for back air from 19 to 21, For up air from 21 to 32, and then for down air from 16 to 28. Yeah, that's good, because like invincible down air refreshes at ledge with raster were so scary. I think that's gonna be it's gonna be very good. Okay, Kragg, for the moment you've all been waiting for, ladies and gentlemen, our burly bug. The combination of Kragg's extreme weight and the speed versatility of his recovery tools make him unreasonably resistant to being KO'd. The main goal of these changes is to nerf the speed of his non-pillar recovery options, since they previously made it too easy to quickly climb a wall to potentially reverse an edgeguard situation on the opponent. We also want to differentiate pillarless up special and forward special cancel. We also want to differentiate pillarless up special and forward special cancel, since they were previously too functionally similar. Oh, okay, yeah, I see what they mean. That's true. Usually I basically only used side B cancels either when I was a bit too far for the up B, for just the up B to be effective, because the up B was faster, or when I had my pillar and I wanted to mix up by not using the pillar. So now they're gonna be a bit different. Fun fact, I find it hilarious that they specifically talk about that. Previously made it too easy to quickly climb a wall to potentially reverse an edgeguard situation on the opponent, because I have here I started working on a video. I guess I'm gonna throw it in the garbage now, but I started working on a video that I called the Kragg Special. And what the Kragg Special is basically exactly that. Like Kragg reversing edgeguards by just stealing the ledge at the last second. I don't know if you guys will be able to see well because the screen is small, but so that's it. That video was gonna be a compilation of just Kragg snapping to ledge super quick at the last second before other people. Like, look at that. This is so dumb. And up, more ledge. So I really find it funny that they're targeting that specifically, because it was a thing. It was a thing. It feels like a ZB nerf in particular, and I'm sure it'll affect every Kragg. Yo, it's gonna affect every Kragg arcade, trust me. Every Kragg goes for these. So ledge drop vertical offset from ledge from minus 170 to minus 220. Previously, he would end up very high up relative to the ledge when letting go of it. This change makes his ledge drop aerials also gain less height. Oh, okay. And that's also gonna change the timing on his ledge dashes. Oh, sheesh. There's an ad. And we're back. Yeah, of course, guys. I figure most of you aren't subscribed, so if I speak during the ads, it's just like it just feels bad for everyone. Welcome into. Thank you for redeeming your gold medal. Good job. Okay, so this is interesting. This is an interesting change, making Kragg be lower relative to the ledge when he lets go of it. That's gonna change a lot of timings. Yeah, I don't necessarily think it's a bad change. It feels like they're kind of doing it for consistency, like just for visual clarity. I don't know. I struggle to see that as a nerf. It's probably a small nerf, but like, it's gonna make him a bit slower at the ledge and make him reach a bit lower with aerials. So yeah, overall, I guess it's a small nerf, but yeah, I'm kind of indifferent about this one. Forward special cancel horizontal speed boost from 10 to 13.5. Okay, so it boosts us faster. Forward special cancel additional horizontal speed boost based on joystick position from 10 to 2. Oh, so they increased the base boost, but they drastically reduced the amount of boost we can gain from like holding forward with the joystick. That's interesting. Forward special cancel air friction from 0.11 to 0.2, so you slow down faster. Forward special cancel air acceleration from 0.75 to 0.35. So okay, so you accelerate slower and you slow down faster. This reduces the maximum speed boost while also making Kragg commit more to his forward movement. The increased air friction makes Kragg lose speed faster, effectively reducing the horizontal range of this move at long distances. Okay. I mean, that's interesting, and obviously it was a needed nerf, because yeah, exactly, that's gonna give people a lot more opportunities to edge guard the side B cancel. It's gonna become even more of a committal move. Like, it was already a big commitment to try that as mix-ups, but now it's gonna be like, you really need to mix it up. You really need to surprise your opponent with it, or else you're gonna get caught. I'm a little bit scared of it, not gonna lie. I was using that move a lot. I don't think I'll be using it as much in the future. But I mean, it makes sense. It makes sense. So far, I can't say I like the way it feels, but maybe it's just because I'm not used to it. We'll make it work. I think it's gonna be fine. Forward special cancel vertical speed boost from 28.3 to 16.7. Forward special cancel gravity from 1.7 to 0.6. Forward special cancel wall jump frame from 16 to 20. Okay, so it's gonna be, you'll be able to wall jump later into it too. Yeah, these are nerfs. That's actually a pretty big nerf in my opinion. So this makes Kragg stall at the peak of the hop for longer before being able to grab ledge or wall jump, while retaining the vertical distance of the move. In combination with the horizontal velocity changes, this makes Kragg cover slightly more horizontal distance than before once he reaches the peak of the hop, although it takes longer to reach that point. Forward specials Knockback reduction will now be less effective against vertical attacks. Previously, an attack that sent straight upward would deal no knockback to Kragg's forward special. Okay, when he's spinning. While a move that sent straight horizontal would deal full knockback. Now, horizontal moves will still deal full knockback, but vertical moves will only have their knockback strength reduced by half. This makes it so all moves will knock Kragg back at least a little bit. Oh, okay. Yeah, that makes sense. Because moves that would be sending straight upward would basically do nothing against Kragg's spin to win. And then he could, like, cheese you out of them. And now at least you'll gain some space, and then you'll be able to do... You'll be able to get the fuck out of there, or, like, get your shield up. Yeah, that really makes sense. I think that's a very good change. Yeah, his side B, like, its forward special cancel got really, really nerfed. It's gonna take some time to adjust to that. I don't think the move is useless now, but I don't think it's gonna be like a really good move anymore. I think it's really gonna become somewhat of a mix-up, like even more so than it was before. Up special now reduces horizontal speed by 50% on startup and no longer gives an extra boost when pillar is not available. Okay. That's yeah, that's also gonna feel really, really weird. Earlier I killed myself because I was trying to snap the ledge and I like the up B feels sluggish now. So that's gonna take some it's gonna take some adjustment for sure. Up special startup air friction from 0.11 to 0. Up special is Kragg's fastest way to grab ledge. So now the horizontal distance at which it can grab ledge is significantly reduced. This also makes Pillar's spawn location more predictable when using it offensively. Okay. Okay, I think that part is good. That part is really good. Reducing drastically the horizontal distance you can cover with up special while also reducing the distance at which it can grab ledge sounds brutal to me. It all depends on like what it adds up to. But yeah, a B is gonna become a big commitment because you'll have to be so close to the ledge to be able to grab it that, like, yeah, Kragg without his pillar is gonna become super edge guardable. And I think we're gonna see Kragg's recover a lot more on stage now, as opposed to like just always going for ledge, because these are like, these nerfs are gonna make him very vulnerable near ledge. You'll probably see Kragg's start going a lot for side B edge cancels, because that's gonna become the only surefire way to make that move safe. Yeah. Up special fall start gravity for the first 10 frames from 1.7 to 0.6. Up special fall start wall jump frame from 0 to 10. This makes Kragg stall at the peak of the hop for longer before being able to grab ledge or wall jump, while also gaining an extra 20 centimeters in height to make up for the shortened horizontal distance and further differentiate it from forward special cancel. Okay, so that's interesting. I think putting a 10 frame delay before you can wall jump is rough. I mean, yeah, that probably was needed, because Kragg could just like up B wall jump, up B so fast to go grab ledge. Like, now there's gonna be a little bit of delay in there. It's gonna give more windows of opportunities to his opponents for punish. Pillar now has a hitbox along the top that reaches 30 centimeters higher than the other hitboxes and can only hit grounded opponents. Well, that's pretty cool. Previously, Pillar could lift opponents up without hitting them if their ECB was much lower than their hurtboxes. This change should make those types of scenarios much less common. Okay, yeah, I agree with that. I think that's really cool. Pillar knockback on aerial opponents 9 plus 0 to 12 plus 0. And Pillar hit stun multiplier on aerial opponents from 0.82 to 0.62. This prevents opponents from landing on the Pillar while keeping the total hit stun the same as before. Okay, yeah, that's cool as well. Characters can no longer fast fall after the Pillar breaks under them and sends them into the Pillar fall state. This gives the player who broke the Pillar more time to punish their opponent before they can land, wall jump, or grab ledge. I guess? I'm not sure I agree with that one. I think there was an interesting mix-up there. Like, if your opponent... Like, if you knew your Pillar was gonna get broken, like, if you knew the Pillar was gonna get broken while you were standing on it, then you were rewarded for that knowledge by being able to fast fall to safety, right? And then, if people anticipated that, they could, instead of trying to hit you in the air, they could go for the ground and, like, grab you when you would shield after you landed. Or, like, target you lower in your fall, right? And then it becomes sort of a mix-up. Because if you anticipate that they will call out your fast fall, then you don't fast fall. And suddenly there's a timing mix-up. So I'm not sure I agree with that change. I think removing the option to fast fall there makes breaking the Pillar much more rewarding overall, but not in a fun way. Like, not in a... It doesn't add depth to the game. It just makes that option much better than it was for free, basically. They did a similar change to Abza with similar ramifications. Okay, we'll see when I get there. Neutral cargo throw knockback from 9 plus 0.25 to 9 plus 0.35. This makes it send opponents farther at high percents, reducing its combo potential at high percents. Okay, yeah, sure. Aerial down special knockback from 5 plus 0.6 to 5 plus 0.5. This move was a bit too powerful for how many ways Kragg has to set up into it, so we're toning down the knockback so it won't outright KO opponents until slightly later percents. Yeah, that also makes sense. Down B was such a good killing move. I think nerfing that a little bit just makes sense. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 12 to 19. Forward air from 20 to 24. Back air from 16 to 21. Down air from 21 to 26. Okay, these all make sense. They didn't touch the up air. Overhead HUD, vertical offset from 50 to 75. This makes it block less of Kragg's body. Okay, yeah, that also makes sense. Well, overall, Kragg's changes really make sense. Yeah, the only one I really don't agree with is the making it so you can't fast fall anymore after the Pillar breaks. That's kind of cool for newer players, for lower level players, because it just removes a little barrier of technicality and also makes it so they will kill themselves less often by fast falling off, like when they get the Pillar broken on them off stage. But yeah, I like overall it just takes away some of the depth of that interaction, and I'm all for adding as much depth as possible to most mechanics, because that's what ultimately makes a fighting game interesting. But yeah, the rest makes sense overall. Forward air and up air, forward special and up special got nerfed very hard. This is gonna be interesting to adapt to, but I think these changes were needed. We'll see in the coming months whether they went too far with them or not. There was like some change was definitely needed. Yeah, we'll see. We'll see just how much of that sticks and how much they tweak again. But overall, I agree with what they did. I think it's a good change. Okay, Fleet, Maple, and Claren just got their frame data at the ledge nerfed a little bit. So Fleet got our neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame bumped up to 32 from 25. Forward air from 23 to 28. Back air from 27 to 30. And then up air from 25 to 32. Maple got her Nair increased from 15 to 20. It was so easy to do invincible neutral air refreshes with Maple. It's gonna be interesting. I think it's gonna stay possible. The window's just gonna be tighter. I think that's good. Our forward air's recovery window ledge grab frame went from 19 to 26, and then back air from 12 to 20. Seems overall reasonable. I'm biased only because I think Abza is very good into Kragg, and it seems like she and Fleet are going to have an easier time edgeguarding than ever. So I can't say how other matchups will feel. Yes, you're right. Fleet and Abza have a good edgeguard on Kragg. They also explode anytime he grabs them. So it's not that bad. I think it's going to balance out, especially against Abza. I think Fleet's going to be rougher because Fleet can literally delete Kragg whenever he's off stage. So yeah, I think, Fleet's going to be tougher because of these changes. Yeah, I'll need to play more before I can say whether it feels unfair or not. So far, I want to say it's gonna be okay. It's all gonna depend on how fast can Kragg go for the ledge when he needs to. Because if he's slow enough to go for ledge that Fleet can literally react to it, then it's gonna feel super bad. But if you can still go for ledge faster than Fleet's reaction times, then it's doable. But yeah, that's really what it comes down to. If people can, whenever, like, that's one of the harder ways to like one of the tougher things to balance around in fighting games. Whenever you create an interaction where people can choose how they act around that interaction on reaction, it makes everything like 10 times more potent or 10 times more committal. Because when people have to do guesswork and they have to predict something and commit to an option while trying to call out their opponent on their choice, that creates strategy. When people can just react to what's happening, that doesn't reward strategy. It rewards fast reaction times and fast fingers, and that's it. Whenever there's an interaction where people can simply react, it's much harder to balance things in and around that interaction, because whatever you do, as long as people can react, they will always pick the right option. Clarence neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame went from 17 to 25 frames. Forward air from 24 to 29, and then back air from 23 to 30. Okay. Fluxodont also got the little nerf on ledge where he got pushed down a little bit when he lets go of the ledge. Vertical offset went from minus 170 to minus 200. Previously, it would end up very high up relative to the ledge. Yep. Fixed a bug where up special would get launched into the top blast zone when breaking pillar with the rising hit at specific spacings. Okay. Neutral air, recovery window ledge grab frame from 22 to 28. Forward air from 24 to 34. Back air from 26 to 32. Up air from 23 to 30. And then down air from 20 to 29. Okay, so they didn't really nerf locks. They just like changed these options at ledge for consistency. And then also that's I feel like that's also for consistency. Arcane's grab lowest hitbox moved backward 20 centimeters. Oh, I think that's good. I think that's really good because Arcane's grab could be ridiculous sometimes, its grab range. In the way they low-key buffed him. Not really, because lowering him like that at the ledge makes him... It makes him... From the grab changes. Yeah, Arcane's grab was bananas. So it doesn't make it so he grabs ledge from lower, so he can sweet spot better. It makes it so when he's on ledge and he lets go of ledge, he's lower compared, like relative to the ledge. So that makes it take him longer to, like when he jumps to do a ledge dash, it makes it take longer for him to be at the height where he can ledge dash. And it also makes it so his, like when he lets go of ledge and then he double jumps, his aerials will reach lower than they did before because he's starting from lower. So that's effectively a nerf. His aerials will have a smaller effective range from ledge, and it's gonna, like, his ledge dashes will be slower. Thank you for the hydrate, Arcade. So the grab hitbox being moved backward helps it cover a blind spot against short characters who are overlapping Arcane. Okay. Forward special is now projectile intangible while traveling. This helps Arcane get around projectiles off stage with good timing. Oh, okay, forward special, like his teleport. Okay, that's interesting. No more throwing rocks at him while he's teleporting, I guess. You're talking lots, gotta keep you powered up. I appreciate that. Sort of like Aether's up special. Yeah. Yeah, that's interesting. Neutral air, recovery window ledge grab frame from 16 to 24. That makes sense. Back air from 16 to 23. Down air from 15 to 24. Up throw bubble max initial horizontal velocity from 3.4 to 2.5. Up throw bubble initial horizontal velocity is now determined by their spawn location instead of being random. This means that bubbles spawned on the far left side of the spawn area will have leftward initial horizontal velocity. Okay, I like that. Honestly, I think they should remove as much of the randomness as they reasonably can from Arcane's bubbles. Because randomness, like some randomness is okay. Stuff like, say, Mr. Game & Watch's side B in Melee, that's alright. That's the kind of randomness that is fun and adds something to the game because you decide when you want to introduce that randomness into the game. But the type of randomness that we see with Arcane's bubbles is not healthy randomness, because it just makes it so difficult to play around bubbles. Because your whatever counterplay you come up with will almost never be consistent. But with a zoning tool such as Arcane's Bubbles, you need consistency to be able to deal with those. Because it's such a good zoning tool. It's such an oppressive tool when it's used correctly that you need consistent counterplay for it. You need to be able to really deal with it efficiently. But the randomness makes it very hard. It makes it almost impossible to be to really be consistent around bubbles. So yeah. Maybe I'm a bit biased because I'm playing one of the bigger characters, and bigger characters get wrecked by bubbles by nature. But yeah, I think I don't enjoy bubbles having so much randomness around them. So I think this is a good change. I'm okay with that change. Arcane nerfs have been intense over the months, so giving him a bit of love back feels fine to me. Yeah, Arcane does need love. I also think Arcane mains are a little bit whiny. Like, people are still crying about Arcane changes that happened like last summer. Like, and I think like it to some extent that's justified, because when you look at Kragg or when you look at Claren, they took so much time to nerf things that were obviously problematic about these characters, but they hit Arcane super fast, right? The thing is, the game had been in beta for like a year and a half when it came out, and for most of the beta, Arcane was considered top tier because he was that good. Arcane was like impressively good during the beta. So the reason they nerfed him first after the game came out is probably because of all the history they had with him during beta. Thank you for the hydrate, Moon. But that most people don't see. Most people don't realize that. Arcane is very fine where he is. I don't think you want to have Arcane as a top tier in a fighting game. And the reason for that is because what this character rewards in playstyle and the types of interactions that he creates can be very frustrating when the Arcane is really good at it. And that's just not healthy. Like, if you have that as a top tier and everybody's spamming that, it's just not healthy for the competitive scene, for like the game in general. So I think where Arcane is right now is a very good spot. He is still very good. He still has a ton of interesting options. He can still do a lot with the tools he has. But making those tools manageable for other characters is a good thing. Because you want people to feel like they have agency. You want people to feel like they have ways to play around Arcane's bubbles. If people feel like they can't do anything, if they feel like whatever they try is just useless, that becomes frustrating. Upward bubbles horizontal velocity is now capped at 7 centimeters per frame. Okay, upward bubbles maximum horizontal velocity changed from 0.33 to 0.12. Upward bubbles will now change their horizontal velocity 25% as much as before. This significantly reduces the randomness of up throws bubbles, as well as down specials bubbles to a lesser extent. Up throw will now be much more consistent against most characters. Thinner characters like Abza will still be a bit unreliable though. Well, yeah, that's inevitable, but yeah, okay, I really dig these changes. This is really nice. Basically, it just makes bubbles spread less, so they'll be more concentrated on where they spawn, and their movement is going to be less erratic. So it's going to make them a little bit more predictable. There will still be randomness, but at least the randomness is now more contained. Like it's contained to a smaller range, so you can more easily account for the whole range in the whatever counterplay you come up with, and that's gonna help people build consistency around them. I think that's really nice. Ooh, that's a big nerf to Force Burn's down strong. I like that. That move was so good. The best buff Arcane has is Round Arcane. Well, the thing is, I don't think Arcane needs buffs. Like, maybe a little bit. Maybe a tiny bit of buff to, like, his air acceleration or, like, his maximum airspeed, but not really. Like, Arcane is really good as he is. So, smoke clouds will now be destroyed when coming into contact with grab boxes. Oh, okay, that's cool. This works with both regular grabs and command grabs, allowing characters like Larena to clear out smoke clouds with their recovery moves. That is very cool. I like that. Down strong hitbox radius from 50 to 35, horizontal and downward range preserved. This makes it reach much less high upward, reducing its anti-air potential. Yep, I think that's really good. I think that's a very good change. It's gonna, like, the move will still be very good for tech chasing and as a combo finisher, but at least you'll be able to to hit Force Burn out of it. I am getting flashbacks to that insane fair. Most random color I've seen so far. My favorite weird color they came up with is the yellow palette for Snowman Kragg. I love that so much. I can't wait. I want to see that in my shop so bad. I need to rock the Piss Kragg. Merde Kane. You can also call him Kane. So, Force Burn's neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame bumped up from 16 to 25. Forward air went from 14 to 25. Back air went from 12 to 18. Up air went from 20 to 28. And down air went from 21 to 27. And bug fix, Force Burn will no longer command his clone when pressing grab or parry on the ground, while the air grab or parry setting is set to special, neutral special. Okay, yeah, that just makes sense. Aether's dash attack has a new sound effect. Ooh, can't wait to hear that. Dash attack back hitbox radius shrunk by 10 centimeters and moved 10 centimeters down. This makes it reach as far upward as the front hitbox, making this move more susceptible to attacks from above. I like that. I think that's good. Aether was so safe out of dash attacks a lot of the time. So I think this is it's going to be an interesting change. Words. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 8 to 12. Back air from 17 to 25. And then up air from 24 to 27. Okay, that all makes sense. What about Olympia? Oh my god, they changed so much stuff. Radgod is gonna be so sad. I can already feel Radgod's sadness from here. I can almost taste the tears. Our main goal with Olympia is to increase the precision required to take advantage of her strengths, which we achieve by decreasing her horizontal air movement properties, shrinking some of her hitboxes, and adding a sour spot to her most oppressive option, down tilt. We're also adding some counterplay to her most consistent finisher, up special, by making it inversely disjointed. Okay. Oh, that's interesting. We also wanted to address the fact that landing forward special on an opponent while recovering was often worse than whiffing with it. Oh. So her maximum horizontal jump speed went from 15 to 12.5. Her maximum horizontal airspeed went from 14.16 to 12. Maximum double jump horizontal speed from 13 to 12. Previously, Olympia could cover a bit too much horizontal distance in the air considering her extremely high vertical movement stats, which often made it too easy to follow up on certain combo moves even with full DI out. These changes slightly reduce the horizontal distance Olympia can cover after jumping, making her aerial threat range a bit shorter. The effective distance reduction is relatively small, but gets more pronounced the longer Olympia remains at her max airspeed. Nice, okay, that makes sense. Conceptually, I love that. Abza feels strong but fair to me because she has clear weaknesses and her strengths are strong but require precision. So I like the idea of Ellie being like a fast-falling Abza in terms of execution. Yeah, I think that's very interesting. That's a very good way to balance characters. Like, you can have characters that are inherently stronger than others. If you make them require more precision or like better mechanics, that's fair. Like, honestly, people should be rewarded for just, you know, being better at the game or like being faster with their hands. It's, I think that's very fair. Gem Dash hit crystal knockback from 6.5 plus 0.4 to 4.5 plus 0.55. This reduces the knockback at low percents so that it sends opponents into heavy hit stun at higher percents. Nice. Gem Dash will no longer create a hitbox when reaching the gem if the gem is broken when she reaches it. This allows opponents to prevent the final hit by breaking the gem. Nice. I like that. Forward special will now instantly slam the opponent into a wall if touching the wall after frame 24 of the on-hit leap window. Previously, Olympia would lose significant height if she hit an opponent with forward special while recovering compared to if she whiffed, since she would fall so far with the opponent. Now she will slam the opponent much earlier, causing her to gain a little bit of height compared to a whiff instead. Nice! Yeah, I think that's cool. Forward special will now restore her down special dash cancel resource when grabbing an opponent of her or her gem. Ooh. This allows her to make it back to the wall a bit easier when using this move far off stage. And that creates new mix-ups. I like that. It's really cool. Forward special slam knockback from 4.875 plus 0.675 to 4.875 plus 0.8. Slightly more scaling so that DI away is more effective at high percents. Up special now has a hurt box during the multi-hits that fully covers the hitbox. This makes the move inversely disjointed while rising. Yeah, okay, this is good. This is really good. Now you can actively trade with that. Like you can you can even stuff it out. Because previously you not many characters could stuff out Olympia's FB. This is good, I think. The up special final hit inner hitbox radius went from 75 to 60, moved upward and backward to preserve previous range. This reduces the downward disjoint of the move, making it less likely to beat other recovery moves from above. Nice, I like that. Now her foot and her knee are exposed a little bit, and you can more easily reach her other leg, like her core. So you can get trades. Insert Donald Glover, good give. Down special, cancel, recovery, air friction. Oh my god, I've been talking so much. Thank you, Arcad. I'll need to drink so much water today. Down special, cancel, recovery, air friction went from 2.0 to 1.6. This counteracts the reduced air mobility to make sure her down special cancel reaches approximately the same distance when double jumping afterward. Okay, so it reduces air friction. Okay. I get it. So basically they want her down special to travel the same distance. So they're reducing air friction during to account for the reduced air movement. Up tilt outer hitbox radius reduced by 5 centimeters. Okay, that makes sense. Just makes it a tiny bit smaller. Down tilt now has 3 smaller hitboxes instead of 2 larger ones. Oh, and they reduced the disjoint quite a lot there. I think that's really good because that move is so good. Down tilt middle hitbox knockback angle from 75 to 65. Outer hitbox knockback angle from 75 to 55. Down tilt the active frames from 3 to 2. Recovery adjusted to keep the same IASA frame. This makes the move require more precision since the hitboxes are smaller and less active. The knockback angle changes make it slightly less rewarding when the opponent is farther away from Olympia. The inner hitboxes have priority over the outer hitboxes. Oh, okay, I like that. Neutral air, both hits. Foot hitbox shrunk and pulled backwards slightly. Okay, I think that's also good. Just makes it require a tiny bit more precision. Neutral air hit 2 active frames from 7 to 4. Recovery adjusted to keep the same ISA frame. This reduces the range and the active frames by a bit so that it's not as good at walling opponents out or winning trades. Yep, I think that's a very good change. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 17 to 20. Forward air from 20 to 25. Back air all hitboxes radius reduced by 5 centimeters. Okay. Back air recovery window ledge grab frame from 12 to 18. Up air from 18 to 23. Up air foot hitbox radius reduced by 5 centimeters during the middle active frames. Okay. So again, just makes it require a bit more precision. Down air landing lag from 12 to 14. This makes the move slightly less safe on shield or whiff. That's very good. That's very, very good. Because Olympia hitting your shield is so scary. So that's one option that's going to be a bit more contestable. Our main goal with Abza and Dispatch are to emphasize our weaknesses as a floaty, tone down our offstage stalling with neutral special, and improve the consistency of some of our grounded moves. We're also giving forward tilt a few small changes to reduce its potency in scramble situations, make its reward more dependent on spacing, and to improve the intentionality of forward tilt part 2 inputs. Did Abza really need nerfs? Did Abza really need to be nerfed though? I'm not So far, I'm not sure. I was in a call in Abzacord listening to people talking about these changes. I think people are being a little too doomer about it. I mean, yeah, people are always so doomer whenever their main gets hit. It's just people love to QQ. They love to cry and whine about their character. I have a friend who used to play a lot of Rivals 2 in the beginning. And as soon as Arcane got hit by patches, they basically dropped the game. And to this day, they kind of whine about it. They go like, "Oh, this character is trash now. Like it doesn't feel good anymore. Nothing I do works." But like, concretely, they hit like his airspeed and then like 2 of his moves. And I mean, and the bubbles a little bit, like the randomness around the bubbles. But like, Arcane is still Arcane. He still does a lot of the same things. Still feels like the same character. It's like, but people don't want to adapt. They don't want to learn how to adapt to these changes. I only take real issue with one of these changes. Most of them are okay. Okay. So her fastfall speed went from 28.4 to 23. One of the main weaknesses of floaty characters is their inability to quickly get back to the ground. Abza's fastfall speed was relatively high compared to how floaty she normally is, which offset that weakness a bit too much. We're now decreasing it so that it's the slowest in the game, since her normal fall speed is also the slowest in the game. Gravity jump, fast falling, and double jumping at the same time is unaffected. Okay. Okay, I kinda like that. I think that's good. That's interesting. Fast fall speed change equals okay. Yep. The biggest one I remember was the fair nerf, and good god it was needed. Yep, back when it destroyed projectiles and was unreactable from halfway across the screen. Yeah, Arcane's forward air, like the headbutt. That was so oppressive. One with like 4 stalls. He was literally unedge guardable. Yep. That was the big problem. It was unedge guardable and super heavy. And like what the fuck is that combo? I think Arcane is in a very nice spot now though. I think he's very balanced. Air dodge speed went from 30 to 28.5, still the highest air dodge speed in the game, but this makes her wave dash cover slightly less distance overall, around 13 centimeters on the actionable frame and 24 centimeters for full distance wave dash, decreasing her grounded burst movement range. I think that is a very good change, because Abza is supposed to be a slow character. She's supposed to be like Peach, where she's very good in the air and she can be very good while grounded, but only in specific ways. But the speed of her wave dashes makes her so good at covering space on the ground. Like it felt cheesy as fuck. You look at how fast she runs, you look at her grounded options, and you're like, okay, this character's a zoner. Plot twist, if your opponent just mashes wave dashes all day, suddenly she's a rush down? Like, that didn't make sense for me. The air dodge wave dash nerf felt unnecessary, but it's only like a 10% change. Doesn't feel awful, but I don't think it was needed. Yeah, I guess maybe it's a question of like the level at which we play, because whenever I match against like very good diamond ranked Abzas or like master ranked Abzas, wave dashing everywhere is like 60% of what they do. They just like, they're basically never in the air. They're always on the ground. They're spamming forward tilts, they're spamming up tilts, they're spamming jabs and grabbing a lot. And it's just like, I am sitting there and I'm like, this character wants to play in the air. They're supposed to be slow, methodical. They're supposed to play a zoning playstyle and force me to approach. And here I am struggling to even keep up with the speed at which they move. It's like fighting Maple. But like Absa is just like bouncing everywhere. it just felt really cheesy. Like, not necessarily overpowered, just it really clashes with the identity of the character. But she is very vulnerable in the air, for sure. Everybody is. Offstage or aerial game is good, but above stage is spooky. Yeah, for sure. That's the thing I noticed about people who complain about arcane nerfs then. Everyone whining was bad. And anyone good who complained, you'd call them out for it, and then they'd find it funny. Yeah, exactly, Brayden. Like, in my experience, and no shade is being thrown right now. I don't want to call anybody out. This is not directed at anyone in chat or anybody that I know. But like, in general, weaker players will complain a lot harder about some nerfs because they over rely on these options and they struggle to see what other things that character is good at that makes these options overpowered. Like, I think a good example of that is, like, let's keep Arcane in mind. Like, Arcane's air velocity. A lot of lower players love to play Arcane because he feels very smooth. You can run around, you can slip and slide everywhere, and it's super satisfying to do. The thing is, when you reach high level, that becomes very oppressive because people who get really, really good at it can nullify a lot of what would normally constitute counterplay on the part of their opponent, because they can remove a bunch of interactions. They can nip interactions in the bud because of how fast and how many options that opens up. But at lower level, it doesn't open up as many options. It's just like, oh, it's fun to do, it's a cool gimmick, and then the game is still even because both people are like, the guy who's doing it is struggling just as much to do it consistently as the other guy is at trying to punish it, right? So it balances out. But the problem is when you reach the higher levels. And I feel like Abza's wave dashes is a little bit of an example like of that. When you reach high levels, Abza is not that much of a zoner. She's much more she's like a boxer. She's like Muhammad Ali, dancing everywhere around your shield, just waiting for the right opening to punch you in the face. And then the second she lands a hit, you get stuck in so many like different 50-50s that like as soon as you get punched by Abza, you have to flip a coin like 6 times and hope you land on the right ones. I think you're probably right. The wave dash change is good. I'm glad it was a small nerf, at least for now. Didn't feel too bad this morning. I don't think she'll be much of a boxer after this patch. Alright, I'll keep going through them. But yeah, like, I'm glad it's not too big of a change, because I don't think she deserves to be like really nerfed. But to me, it just felt really silly. Like, it really clashed with the identity of the character. And every time I saw an Abza play by like moving really fast all the time with wave dashes, I was like this is not what this character is supposed to be. And it just made me cringe a little bit. I was like, why? Why Aether Studios? Cloud will now attach to static electrified opponents who are in the thrown state. This prevents a situation where Abza would downthrow an opponent after special pummeling them, but Ledge Special's moving cloud would pass right through them. Okay, yeah, that just makes sense. Neutral Special Cloud Hop will now only get half of the velocity boost for every usage after the first. Nice! And that also puts it in line with other similar moves like Kragg's Side Special Cancel and other moves like that have diminishing returns the more you use them. I think that's a good way to go about it. Neutral Special cooldown after Cloud Pop from 30 to 45. Cloud Hop was a bit too good at stalling, so we're making it less effective when used multiple times per airtime and increasing the time between successive hops. Forward Special will now go on a 20 frame cooldown after Cloud Pop. This reduces the frequency at which Abza can send clouds at opponents, especially when they're off stage. Okay, that's interesting. That really clashes with what they intend for Abza as a character, but at the same time I can really see why they go for that, because good Abzas who like they will put their cloud on you, pop it, and then throw a second cloud right at and you have to be so fast. If you get hit by the popping cloud, you have to be so fast to be able to move out of that, get to a safe position, and pull up your shield or throw out a parry before the next cloud gets to you. So yeah, it could be very oppressive. So I think that's an interesting thing. 20 frames might be a bit high. I would have seen something like 12 or 15 frames maybe. I think 20 might be a bit excessive. I'll have to see it in play to really be able to form a better, a more informed opinion about it. But yeah, so far that feels a bit much maybe. The Cloud Hop velocity is great. The neutral special cooldown feels really weird. Now, as you mentioned, you play at a higher rank, so I don't know how stally they play, but this change feels awful. Higher ranked players stall just as much as lower ranked ones. Maybe even more so, I don't know. That mostly depends on playstyle. But yeah, Abza could really stay out there for a long time if she wanted to, and sometimes that makes it really hard to edgeguard her, because by stalling it as much, she gets to position herself exactly where she wants to, so that her up B becomes very hard to play against. Well, not play against, but to interrupt or punish. Yeah, she could be uninteractable. This is the cooldown on just the neutral special, the one where she drops one under her, not side special. Yeah, side special feels reasonable, but yeah, again, I think 20 frames might be a bit too much. I'll have to see it in game to really make my mind up about this one. Even at my level, I'd run into players who would run away the whole time. With Abza, 50% of the time they'd be cracked, and the other 50% they'd be cheeks. Yeah, that's how Abza feels. I mean, at my level, I feel the exact same way about Arcane players and Maple players. Half of them, the only thing they know how to do well is run away and try to stuff you out when you're approaching. And the other 50% are fucking cracked. And they rush you down so bad, you wish you never started playing this game. That's the tricky part. I don't like runaway Abza gameplay, but the cloud hop just feels awkward. Not sure what the balance is. Yeah, not sure either. Because I guess it changes how you play with it on stage too, right? You can't mix up with it as much. Yeah, I can see how that would be disruptive to your game plan. Forward special cloud acceleration from 1.4 down to 1.25. Very slight reduction in cloud acceleration so that sniping opponents after kicking them almost to the blast zone is more strict. Short range clouds are mostly the same, while long range clouds will take a bit longer to cover the same distance as before. Okay, yeah, I think that makes sense. Up special can no longer perform the second zip if Abza gets parried before the first one ends. Okay. This makes parry stronger counterplay to up special, since Abza won't be able to escape to ledge to cancel the parry stun. Yeah, that was a bit ridiculous. That happened to me a few times, where I would parry Abza's up special, and then she would just like do the second direction on the ledge, and it's like, okay, sure. Like, I get invincibility, but they're now on the ledge, and they have invincibility as well, and my parry was basically useless. On stage matters less because it's based on landing on ground, but I haven't done more than 20 minutes testing. Oh, stage is good. I think people are pissy about it, but I think it's needed. You mean the acceleration for the cloud? Yeah, I think it's good too. Up special is the mix-up one I was referencing in regards to the pillar change on Kragg, but it's more nuanced than that. Okay. Yeah, I think the forward special, like, it's not going to change much at, like, short and mid-range. The only moment it's really going to change anything is at high percents, when you throw your opponent near the blast zone and then you go snipe them with the cloud. Like, it'll be a bit tighter. It'll be a bit more strict. There's an ad coming up, guys, and I ran out of snoozes, so we might be taking another 3-minute break here. We still have a little ways to go. Forgot to unmute my mic. Yeah, I put the ads at 1 3-minute ad every hour because I figure having less interruptions, like less frequent interruptions, is less disruptive. But I'm starting to realize that like 3 minutes is a long time. So let me know how you feel about that. Maybe I could go for like 1.5 minute ad every 30 minutes. Maybe that would be like less egregious for you guys, because whenever I do get interrupted by ads, like 3 minutes feels like a long time. But unfortunately, there's not much I can do about that, because Twitch just forces an ad ratio. You have to do 3 minutes of ads every hour. Yeah. Personally, I like 3 every hour, but if it's all ads, it barely matters. Yeah. Okay. I mean, for now it's gonna stay the same, but if I get feedback on it from enough people, I'll see. Like, maybe I'll try to adjust to what the majority likes. Overall, I believe Abza should play less like a zoner in the Smash Bros. Sense, but what I think of as a controller. Set up traps, force opponents into bad situations, and capitalize. I agree with your assessment that she previously just gets to zoom around and box, then use projectiles to harass. I think for the most part these changes will create more creative Absas, using things like Time Bomb, which can get changed, and using some different options rather than always relying on forward tilt. Yeah, exactly. I agree with you. I like the controller style of play. My one caveat to that is that we already have 2 good controllers in Galvan and Orcane. That's pretty much exactly how they want to play, right? So I think having a proper zoner in the game is kind of nice, because there ain't really, like, even Maple feels very trappy in the way she plays. Maple could also categorize as a controller like that. So having a proper zoner is kind of nice. Like, I think it adds something to the game that other characters don't really bring. Yeah. Maybe Elena will fit that role, who knows? Even Slade with the items. Yeah, Slade might do it. Maybe. Yeah, we'll have to see. I can't say I'm as excited for Slade as others are. Just because I don't really like shop mechanics in platform fighters. For me, having to learn all the different items that they can buy, having to play around like money flying everywhere, is like, it's visually there's a lot of clutter, and then having to learn each and every one of their different items and how they interact with everything else, like, that's kind of a bother. I'm glad they're bringing it. For sure it's going to add something to the game, and I'm glad that people are excited for Slade. I don't think I'm going to play that character that much, because it doesn't call to me. Haven't got any opinions on Slade yet, good or bad. I'm with you, Brayden. Yep, time will tell. So forward tilt 1 startup went from 7 to 8 frames. This makes it slightly worse in close range scrapping situations. I think that's good. Forward tilt 1 now has a sour spot on the tip with knockback angle from 70 to 60. This makes max range forward tilt less punishing on suboptimal DI, although fully inward DI will still be horrible. Nice. Okay. Forward tilt will now only perform the second part if your attack input is in the direction you're facing. Oh, that's interesting. This means that Abza can buffer a backward forward tilt 1 after forward tilt 1 without doing forward tilt 2 in the opposite direction of their input. Nice, I like that. Up tilt's early hit now has an extra hitbox at the bottom. This increases the horizontal range of the lower part of the hitbox, allowing Abza to more effectively hit opponents right next to her. Okay, I kind of like that. I think that's flavorful. Because, especially against smaller characters like Maple and Arcane, up tilt becomes essentially useless, except when they're right above you and coming down on you. So, I kind of dig that. Forward tilt feels much worse for follow-ups, but I'm okay with the nerf with the buff to up tilt, so her neutral is less centralized over a single move. Yeah. I mean, up tilt enjoy it, but it's impossible to use on non-heavies. Yeah. Oh yeah, it's Rivals time, baby. We've been streaming for a while, Yorubu, but we've mostly been reading the patch notes. There's a lot to cover today. Forward strong and up strong multi-hits now move the opponent during hit pause to guarantee they link into the final hit. These moves were a bit too inconsistent, leading to most Abzas just avoiding them entirely. Forward strong is weak enough and up strong slow enough that we're just making them fully consistent. Okay, that's interesting. I'm not entirely sure about this change, because that's basically saying fuck Smash DI for these specific moves, and that just feels weird. But I think having strong attacks, which kinda become neutered by Smash DI being too consistent, also feels bad. So yeah, it's like kind of a lesser of two evils situation. People are saying Kragg's recovery is worse. Yeah, Kragg's recovery got hit pretty hard, Yorubu. Like, his pillar is still fine, but his up B is his pillarless up B doesn't give him a speed boost like it used to, and it grabs the ledge from less far. And his side B, you can it's slower than it was. You can fast fall later into it, and it covers, it goes a bit higher, stays there for longer. It covers a little bit more horizontal distance on the long run, but it does it slower. And so basically you're much more vulnerable during side B cancels. Came back from the movies. Ooh, let's go. So basically, when you did not have your pillar anymore, Kragg's up B, when you did it, would give you a horizontal speed boost to help you get to the ledge faster. It doesn't really do that anymore. So you'll see a lot of Kraggs kind of randomly up B to ledge from a little bit far away and just do like and then fall to their death and be like, oh rip, my up B mechanics are bad now. This is only if they've already used up B off stage. Yeah. The neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 18 to 35. Holy shit, they doubled that. Forward air from 22 to 30, back air from 24 to 32, up air from 33 to 38, and down air from 25 to 32. Down throw now forces tumble at 0%. This makes it consistently put opponents into knockdown, making it more useful for setting up low percent tech chases. Okay, that's kind of cool. That is kind of cool. That's actually a very big buff. Because, like, there were a lot of situations where you get grabbed at low percent against Abza and she kinda has nothing on you, because if she down throws you, you just stay there, you land, and then you do like whatever, you parry her hit, you shield her hit and grab her. W patch forces power creeping trust. I don't know about that, bro. I guess maybe he is, because his down strong got nerfed, but almost like nothing else got touched, right? Well, yeah, actually, you might be right, Throwout. Force burn is power creeping, because Zetterburn got hit kinda hard. Kragg got nerfed a lot. Olympia got nerfed a lot. And those were 3 of the biggest contenders for top placements alongside Force Burn. So yeah, actually you might be right, Throwout. Force is power creeping because of all these nerfs. Huh, that's funny. I didn't see it like that. So they increased the size of most of Galvan's hurt boxes. Okay, that's interesting. Added a new hurt box to the middle of his torso and the middle of his tail. This should make his hurt boxes match his model better without making them too much of a liability. Okay. Yeah, I like that. I think that's fine. Some tail hurt boxes are now vulnerable during the active frames of forward tilt, down tilt, neutral air, and up air. Okay, I also like that. I think that's very fair. Because this move was like a disjoint and a half. It's still a big disjoint, but at least it's you can kind of challenge it now. Okay, that's cool. It's not gonna change much on down tilt, I think, but it's cool. Yeah, neutral air now you'll be able to challenge it a little bit if you're coming at the right angle. That's cool. But that's later in the no, that's the up air actually. Yeah, that's the up air. Same thing for up air. If you're coming from like up and behind them, or like directly up, you'll be able to challenge it a bit better than before. So that's nice. Oh, they did the same change that they did with Loxodon and Kragg, where they pushed him a bit lower from the ledge when he lets go of it. The vertical offset went from minus 170 to minus 185. Okay. Don't feel like it changes much, such minor interactions. Oh no, for sure. Like these changes into the neutral air and the up air and the forward tilt, they're not gonna change much. But like there will be moments where you'll trade with him instead of just getting hit by whatever. Like that's the kind of thing that's gonna be sort of fringe, but like it's good to know, and I think it makes sense. That's a change that makes sense, because like look at that here, right? His nair should be vulnerable. Like when he's starting his nair and his tail is behind him, he should be vulnerable from the front, right? He wasn't really before, because it was a decently sized disjoint. Now his hurtbox reaches to the very edge of these hitboxes here. So if you have a small disjoint, you can call him out for doing his neutral air facing you instead of be facing away from you. You can call him out by stuffing him out over here. So like, you know, these are small things, but when you know they're there and you know you can exploit them, you'll be able to go for it once in a while, and once in a while you will land it, and you will use that to your advantage. And that's things that just make sense intuitively. So it's nice to be able to use it for real, basically. Neutral special knockback went from 6.8 plus 0.25 to 6.5 plus 0.2. This makes it knock opponents down much later, instead of around 90% instead of 60%. Okay, wow, that's a small, like it looks like a small change in knockback for such a big difference in percentage. All hits of forward special now ignore knockback armor. Oh, okay. That's interesting. Knockback armor prevents weak hits from interrupting strong hits for 10 frames after they connect. This could sometimes lead to forward special failing to link on opponents if they were just hit by something else, like neutral special's magnet when it's returning to Galvin. Okay. I think that's good. And then neutral special recovery window ledge grab frame went from 16 to 21. Forward air went from 15 to 23. Back air went from 11 to 15. And up air went from 18 to 26. And now for La Reina. That's our last character. Last character of the patch. With this patch, we wanted to give La Reina a few small quality of life buffs, such as increasing her chair's resistance to getting knocked off stage by projectiles, giving her grab aerials a few more active frames, and making Upstrong a little better at hitting opponents on platforms above her. We're also reworking our down throw, since the situations it was creating weren't very interesting. Wall jump, horizontal speed from 15.5 to 13. This allows her to hit Kragg's pillar with both neutral air and back air after wall jumping off of it. Okay, I think that's cool. That's a fun change. It's gonna add some spice to her edge guards against Kragg. Ledge drop, vertical offset from ledge from minus 170 to minus 220. Okay, that also makes sense. Hitting another player will now bring your chair off cooldown. Ooh. Yeah. That sounds like the kind of change that doesn't change anything at face value, but that under the hood is kind of OP. I feel like people are gonna take a while to really bring that to its full potential, but I feel like it has the potential to be super oppressive. This allows her to play offensively to save her chair after it gets knocked off stage. It also enables more combos with her chair. Yeah, okay. I mean, the justification is interesting. I think that's really cool. I think the offstage part is really cool. I think the combos are gonna be. I think the combos have the potential to be crazy. This one here, Arcade. Hitting another player will now bring your chair off cooldown. It's cool for offstage situations, like they say here, allowing her to play offensively to save her chair after it gets knocked off stage. It can also be ridiculous on stage. We'll see. I foresee some ridiculous interactions here. Attacks that deal no knockback will no longer knock the chair back. Makes sense. This makes Maple's Seed no longer put the chair on a cooldown on hit. Minimum knockback when an article hits the chair from 26 to 13. This makes weak projectiles much worse at repositioning the chair. Bug fix, neutral specials chair will now go on cooldown after being parried. Bug fix chair will go on cooldown after being destroyed by Clarence plasma field. Up special now falls slower for 10 frames after reaching the peak of the trajectory. This allows La Reina to stay at the top for longer, making this move a little bit harder to ledge hog. Okay. Up special's lowest hitbox can now only hit grounded opponents. Of specials, lowest hitbox. Now only hit ground opponents. Okay. This hitbox is only there so that this move doesn't whiff on grounded opponents, but it was also grabbing airborne opponents below L'Arena. Yeah, sometimes the grab range on the up B was quite ridiculous. Down special vertical speed boost went from 17 to 18. This allows her to buffer a neutral air to hit the chair after placing it while grounded. Oh, okay, so you're grounded. You drop the chair in front of you. It pops you up a little bit. So now you have time to nair the chair before you hit the ground. Okay, okay. It's kind of cool. Down special rolls horizontal knockback will now always be in the direction that L'Arena is moving. This makes the knockback more consistent and predictable, which can be used when rolling into the chair off stage. Nice. Okay, that's cool. Yep. That's gonna help her recover, for sure. Offstage platforms will now be summoned at a consistent height relative to the stage floor instead of the bottom blast zone. Oh, okay, that also makes sense. Previously, the platform would be lower on stages with deep bottom blast zones like Fire Capital and higher on stages with shallow bottom blast zones like Tempest Peak. Throws that can summon the offstage platform will now go into the grab release state if the opponent breaks free for any reason while you're falling. Previously, L'Arena would end up falling down into the blast zone since the platform would never rise up to catch her. Up strong hand hitbox radius from 55 to 65 just to make it reach platforms better. Okay, this makes it better at grabbing opponents on platforms above L'Arena. Down strong sour spot knockback from 6 plus 0.85 at 50 to 6 plus 0.90 plus 0.9 at 45. So it's gonna send more horizontal and have more knockback scaling. This makes it slightly less punishing to miss the sweet spot since it will send opponents farther and at a lower angle. Bug fix, neutral air now has a swipe sound. Okay. Neutral air recovery window ledge grab frame from 9 to 12. Forward air active frames from 2 to 3. Recovery adjusted to keep the same ISA frame. Back air active frames from 3 to 5. Recovery adjusted again. Back air recovery window ledge grab frame from 20 to 27. Up air active frames from 3 to 5. Down air active frames from 2 to 4. This makes landing these moves a bit more forgiving. Did she really need out of those? Did she really need her active frames to be almost doubled across the board on her aerials? I'm not sure I agree with that. Like, L'Arena's combo game in the air was already kind of ridiculous once she put her hands on you. Now it's just gonna be worse. Like, it's just gonna be even more more lenient. She might be Kragg dispatch. Yeah. I feel like this is a lot. Like, they legit doubled the number of active frames on her down air, almost doubled it on her up air and back air, and increased it by 50% on her forward air. Like, what the fuck, bro? Like, what did they smoke? I don't think she needed that. Maybe for the down air. The down air one I agree with, because it was like the move was lasting a long time. For the actual active part, it was a little bit weird landing the down air. But like all the rest, they didn't need that. They really didn't. Maybe the forward air a little bit, because like it was tough to time it near the ground to hit like grounded opponents, like from ledge or like after shield dropping from a platform, stuff like that. I can kind of see that one, but like I don't think the up air and the back air needed that. No shields are safe. Nope. That's crazy. Five frames of active grab boxes. Down throw startup went from 25 to 22, so they accelerated the down throw, but they increased the recovery. Recovery went from 22 to 24. Down throw knockback went from 8 plus 0.1 at 270 to 8 plus 0.4 at 60. Oh, so down throw is gonna send you like forward and a little above, like forward and a little up, instead of sending you into the ground. Yeah, that's weird. The previous version worked well for La Arena, but wasn't very interesting. Now this throw will launch opponents, allowing La Arena to combo them on bad DI. It also has a hitbox now, so it will apply hit pause to the opponent and can hit other players. And bug fix, Special Pommel 3 will no longer leave the opponent with super armor if La Arena fails to grab them after tossing them. Okay. Well, this is one of the patches of history for sure. Did you ever play Rush Rev? She's going to be like when Urda was everywhere. I never played Rush Rev. I have heard of it. I recently saw Awesome Sauce's video about it. Where he compared Rush Rev to Rivals and Slap City. And it was very interesting. But yeah, I never tried it myself. The idea of Rush Rev was really cool. Yep. Big patch. Holy moly. Okay. Overall, I think it's a good patch. I think most of the changes make a lot of sense. The only things I don't really agree with are the updates to La Arena's aerial frame data. Yeah, that's almost the only thing. I remember there was like one or two other things. I can't really recall them right now. But yeah, overall it makes sense. Overall, I think it's a good change. It's a healthy patch. I'm glad they hit wide across the board, because for like the past 3 major patches, they only targeted like 2 or 3 characters. And I think that was good for like doing targeted changes, and they were really like focusing on making some characters exactly like they intended, they envisioned. But I get how it could feel bad for a lot of people, so I'm glad this one was more spread out. What do we think about the patch overall? At the start of Abza's section, you said you weren't sure if she needed nerfs, but what do you think with greater context? Yeah, about Abza specifically, I think it's interesting. I think it's nice that they nerfed her movement options a little bit to make her more of a zoner. And that they nerfed her recovery a tiny bit as well, to like really emphasize play safe, play patient, don't overextend, because then you'll be put in tougher situations than before. And I think the little buffs that she had also make sense, like the up tilt, her strong moves being more consistent, down throw now forcing tumble at 0%. Like, that's gonna help her combo game a lot. We'll see people being better able to close out stocks. We'll see people coming up with more explosive combo setups at low percent. I'm not sure about the cooldown on like the forward special cooldown after Cloud Pup. This is the only thing I'm not entirely sure about, because on the one hand they're working hard to make her more of a zoner, but on the other hand they're nerfing her zoning tool. It kind of goes like it kind of like some of these changes kind of contradict themselves. I would agree with a 10 or 12 frame cooldown. I think 20 is a bit excessive. I don't know. I'll have to see that in play. I'll have to see what Abzas are able to do now. But my intuition tells me that 20 frame cooldown might be a little bit excessive. I like the creativity it's forcing. I hope they reduce the cooldown nerf a bit. I'm cool with the nerf. I think it was just a bit heavy. Yeah, exactly. That's also my thinking. So I like that they are basically forcing people to play more around their distinctive tools. And that seems to be the theme that they have been following in the past like six or 8 months of patches. They've really been, instead of like buffing weaker characters, what they have done is they nerfed the stronger characters in ways that incentivize them to play against their distinctive tools. So like Forceburn was incentivized to play more around his smoke and his clone. They tried to incentivize Kragg to play more around his rock and his down B. Now they did the opposite because they realized like, okay, it's too oppressive. We need to balance that character in other ways. But like they incentivized Raster to play more around his slipstream. They incentivized Maple to play more around the plant and the seed. So that really seems to be the defining theme that they're going for, is really trying to push the tools that each character has, that like the gimmicks that each character has that really make up their identity, and trying to make these central to their game plan. I like that. I think it's fun. It adds flavor to the game. It might be going a little bit overboard sometimes. But that being said, there is a mathematical principle at work here that, again, a lot of people are not really aware of, and that might help alleviate some of the frustrations around these kinds of balance changes, is that when you have a wide range of possible values and you need to find a sweet spot in there, the fastest way and the most efficient way to find that sweet spot is to make sure that you overshoot it when you like try to snipe it at random. So say I have a big range of values, right? And I know that my sweet spot would be somewhere between like the 40% of that range and the like 65% of that range, but I don't know where it is in there. Well, if I'm starting from like 30% of that range, I'll go directly to like 60%. And then I can see, oh, I overshot it. Now I'm too high in that range. Well, when I go back down instead of going from like 60% to 55 and then 55 to 50 and then 50 to 45 to try to find it, I'll go directly from 60% to like 42% and try to see if I overshoot it. And then if I overshoot it, then that narrows down the range drastically than I need in which I need to search for afterwards. So algorithms that search for a random value like that will always overshoot, at least in the beginning, because that makes it like that narrows down the range drastically, and that makes it faster. You find your sweet spot faster than if you start moving by small increments directly at the start. So a lot of people will often complain that nerfs or buffs are going too far in either direction. But going too far, especially when you're first balancing, when you're doing the first few changes, going too far is good. Because then you see just how much did we go too far. And then you can scale that back, and it helps you find your sweet spot with less total changes, a smaller number of total changes. It has a downside that it can be maybe more frustrating on the part of the players, though. That's but people are gonna complain whatever changes you do, so. Oh, there's a new version of the game. We spent so much time reading the patch notes that a new patch just dropped. That's hilarious. GG's, they nerfed the recovery. Maybe now Kragg stay on the ground, which is what I've been preaching. Yep, you might be right there, Outcast. Kraggs will need to be much more careful not to be sent off stage. You're right. Like, his pillar is such a good recovery move. Like, such a good recovery tool. It gives them so many options to be able to almost guarantee that he's recovering from up high every time. That, like, having a very good recovery even without that was a bit too much. Yeah, we went from like 10 mixes to 4. I agree. It's definitely gonna make it more manageable for other characters. Yeah, I anticipate many SDs. I will kill myself a bunch with the B not giving a speed boost now. But you know, I'll adjust. It's like anything else. Hey, it's Aiden Plays. I know that guy. Hello. Welcome, Aiden. Let's clap each other's cheeks. Oh, no more air dodge, huh? Oh my god, I grabbed that. We need to experiment. We need to run more experiments, people. Mafu. Mafu. Bop. Oh, that was dangerous. Bop, bop.
There's my briefcase.
Whee! Okay, that was so weird. Yeah, it's gonna take me so long to adjust to that.
Bop.
There's my briefcase. There's my briefcase.
Ah, my shield! Oh, shield!
Like, this guy is still a beast on the ground.
This is your resignation.
He spent too much time complaining, me included some days. Larena down special still whack to use. Yeah. I think Larena's down special is gonna be much better now. Like, much nicer to use. But yeah, I agree with you. People complain way too much. I think these changes, most of these changes are very fine. And like the number of changes I don't agree with is so small compared to the total number of changes they made. So like, I can only agree with this patch. Oh, I should have grabbed.
There's my briefcase.
Oh, no grab? I thought my grab would work there.
What's that fire?
Oh, what?
There's my briefcase.
Okay, that's one.
There's my briefcase.
Oh, Brayden saw the side. Oh my god. Oh, that was so weird. He grabbed my jump. That's not fair, bro. Yeah, that kills. I think I could have recovered from that before the patch, but not now.
It's your resignation.
We do lose harder to Fleet and now lose to Orcane and Rano. Oh, you think so? Yeah, definitely we lose harder to Fleet. I don't know, like... I don't know if it actually changes the matchup against Orcane and Rano, though. Not light, it's light losing matchup? Huh, so you think we were winning those matchups before? Interesting.
There's my briefcase.
Oh, what the fuck? I thought I reached. I tried to parry.
There's my briefcase.
What the fuck?
There's my briefcase. Gotta find this. What's that fire? There's my briefcase. There's my briefcase. There's my creep.
Oh, what? That break? I don't understand when the rock breaks the pillar and when it doesn't. Sometimes it does. Sometimes it feels like it doesn't break the pillar even after the window is passed, at which projectiles break it.
What's that fire?
Just fucking die, bro.
There's my creep. Gotta find this.
Okay, fine.
There's my creep.
Oh.
What's that fire? There's my creep.
Oh.
There's my creep.
Oh, that kills? That's hilarious. I know it's an edge guarding piece. Yeah, you're right. That's everything. You can def get blown up from one opening. I feel like Arcane has some miserable matchups, but big bodies have always built. Yeah, I think Arcane beats up most of the heavies. And heavies are very good for Arcane in general. Oh. Okay, sure. Yep. Oh, we're fine. Oh, okay. GG. I was so locked in. But if the Rhino is somehow more blind as Stevie Wonder, they really shouldn't be missing any edge guards on Kragg. They use pillarless anything. Yeah, not anymore, for sure, for sure. Rhino, I might agree, because edge guards are going to be brutal. Actually, you might be right about Arcane too, because Arcane is also a beast, an edge guarding beast. Maybe cancel. Does look pretty goofy now. Yeah. Changes look so goofy, I cannot take it seriously, and I just laugh internally. I had the same reaction earlier when I noticed how the side B looked. I was like, what the hell? What is this? That was hilarious. That was a 0 to death and a half. Oh, I should have grabbed. I need to grab more. Okay. that rock? That was so ridiculous. Whoa. I hope Brown Arcane is in the shop. I hope too. I hope too, Smart. Brown Arcane forever. Brown Arcane forever. Amazing move. Thank you, Aiden. I'm pretty proud of that one. That was so cool. GG's. Yo, that was sick. If I did the nerfs, honestly, I would reduce the distance and only half the speed of side B, side special cancel, and keep pillarless up special the same. Yeah, that would have worked. That would have probably worked as well. All while reducing Kragg's weight. Yeah, you might be right. Reducing Kragg's weight kind of reduces his combo ability though. And that's not what you want against Kragg. Actual best way I've seen Kragg die. I'm flattered.
There's my creek.
Uh oh. We're fine. Check this out. Oh, that would have been so cool. Uh-oh.
There's my creek.
I wanted to break your shield.
What's that fire?
Oh, sheesh. I should grab. Oh, sheesh.
There's my creek.
Oh.
Gotta find this.
Damn way. Oh, nice one. Jumping over the dash attack. Oh no, that doesn't work anymore.
This is your resignation.
Alright, bye bye, Outcast. Thank you for coming by. All I wanted for Abza, if any change, was just more counterplay to her up-B on stage, but that's about it. I don't think she should have gotten nerfed otherwise. Yeah.
There's my creek. There's my creek. What's that fire?
That would have been so cool. That would have been so cool.
What's that fire?
Whoops.
Gotta fire this.
Uh-oh. Ah, no! We're fine? Uh-oh.
There's my briefcase.
Wow. What a game. Thank you for coming by, Outcast. It was fun having you. I agree with Arcad. I think decentralizing Abza's forward tilt in neutral is a good change. The rest is hard to say for now, but it boxes everyone. Yeah, we'll have to see them in play. But I also agree with Sparkling Milotic. I don't think Abza needed to be nerfed at all. Some of the changes make sense. Some, I think, were premature. Oh.
My other briefcase.
Ow. Oh no! You delayed it! You delayed it! Get over here! Oh. Ah!
There's my briefcase.
Oh wow. I threw myself in there.
What's that fire? There's my briefcase.
I always do that. I download. I DI the down throw out, and then everything that follows in, or I DI the down throw in, and then everything that follows out.
Gotta fire this.
I should have grabbed immediately. Gotta fire this. There's my briefcase. Uh-oh. No! Rip.
This is your resignation.
Oh, GG's. As soon as I saw that you had time to shield, I was like, I'm dead. Alright.
What's that fire? Gotta file this. There's my pistol.
Oh, fuck. What the hell?
There's my briefcase.
Oh my god, what the fuck is this? You see what did they do? Yep, that's what we gotta play with now, Constellation. The up B is also very different. It's gonna take us some time to adjust. All the Kraggs of the world, prepare to get wrecked a bunch with these recovery changes. The up B is way worse. Oh, GG Aiden. So you had to go. Oh, it's alright. No worries. No worries. All good. Thank you for the games. That was fun. You got a sick Kragg. I love what you do with it. My face when recovery isn't free anymore. Yep, that's how we all feel, Brayden. Kragg is now gonna have to work to get back on stage, just like every other character except for like Orcane. Yeah, I saw the adjustments. Honestly, you were doing really well today. GG's. Really shouldn't be saying much as a client though. Dog, of course they do this as I'm in Australia for a holiday. Yeah, they gotta hit you where your guard is down. All right, have a nice day, Aiden. Thank you for passing by. Didn't realize you were NA until we matched the other day. Thought you were French. I am French Canadian. Yes, I speak both French and English. I live in Montreal, on the East Coast. NA beats EU? Yeah, we can argue that for a long time. In Rivals, yes. Most like the average level of play in America is better than in Europe. If we're talking food-wise, I think Europe has much better food than we do. Hey, welcome, Manny. Hello, Commander from the video game Rivals.
Go.
I hope you're doing well, Last of Manny, who is also known as First of Manny, leader of the pack of the Manny. Europe has British food. I mean, if you're comparing European food, like if you're judging European food by British standards, I've got news for you, Brayden. You're missing out on a lot of stuff. British food is like the most bland, like one of the most bland food cultures in the world. And that's coming from British people. I wish I could eat like Europeans do. I love Mediterranean, the Mediterranean diet. I love everything like fresh sea produce. I love all the fresh fruits they have over there. Italian food is amazing. Actually, Greek food is amazing as well. Uh-oh. Ah! Please don't kill me. Okay, we're fine. Oh, wait. Motherfucker said grilled cheese. Name me one food that originated in the States. There has to be a couple. Lobscouse. I think Lobscouse originated in the States. I think the EU has rejected the UK. You're right. Do moves feel better to hit, or is it just me? You mean about moves in general, Crackdown? Constellation? Crackdown, yes. Crackdown Stellation. Maybe they just feel better because the side B feels terrible in comparison. Oh, fuck up a shawarma. I kinda agree with Brayden there. I love Asian food. I think there's a history of like a culture of excellence in many parts of Asia that makes them value good food more than we do here. And also like food has a different place in most people's lives over there than it does here. Here food is very utilitarian. Like most people eat just because they have to. It doesn't, like food doesn't hold the same like place of honor in our daily routines. These Canadians can brag about having invented poutine. Did we really invent anything though? It's potatoes, gravy, and cheese. Like you just take the brownest sauce you got, you throw fries in them until they're soggy, and you add cheese and you let it melt. Yeah, lobster bisque. That's the lobscouse I was talking about. Everything around the Mediterranean is phenomenal. Only seafood is pretty solid for Canada. Oh, yes. It's been a while since I went in the easternmost parts of Canada. I basically only went there as a child with my parents. It's been a while since I last had some good seafood around here. I mean, there's good seafood in Montreal, but It's not like it's not as good as what you can find in New Brunswick and Île du Prince-Édouard. Oh, I'm trying to be cheesy. Come on, give me the cheese. Give me the poutine. Bob. I'm less of a Indian food guy. I really prefer Asian food over Indian food. I think like some Indian food is great, but I don't dig the savor profiles as much as other foods. You think Chinese people call it Chinese food or just food? What do you call your food, Manny? You call your food American slop. Oh no, right? You're German, right? you call your food German cuisine. Bob. By that definition, no cook ever invented anything. Well, Moon, you know, food ingredients grow in nature. What we do is basically hand painting. We take things, we get messy with them, and then we see sometimes something nice comes out of it. GG's. Bonne kitty. If there's one thing we can thank the French for, it's onion soup. Yeah, that's fine. I mean, French wine is good. French cheese is great. I mean, it's Eastern Canada over here, Moon. At least Aerial Downbeat is still goated. Yep. At least we still have the juiciest stuff, right? To be fair, the Maritimes are their own thing. But... Oh, so Arcade is a... Arcade's a fan of Indian food. Let's go. American food isn't even American because burgers are German. Oh, really? I didn't know burgers were invented in Germany. Well, okay, I'm gonna use the same rhetoric Moon used on me. By that logic, everybody's immigrants. Great. Is that a kill? Please tell me like, oh! Uh-oh. Give me the down smash! Yes, thank you. I fuck with the Vindaloo. Same Arcade. Vindaloo beef is my favorite Indian dish. I love a good butter chicken too, but Vindaloo will always have my heart. Bop. let's say GG, and we'll bounce. We'll do one more set against a random opponent. I guess we could do one ranked set. Let's do one ranked set to close off the day. I don't even remember the last time I had goat. Yeah, goat Vindaloo must be so good. I am an AB, so beef is really real here. Ooh. Yeah, you got the fresh one. You got the good stuff. I just beat the GM Olympia? Holy moly! Hands up for Yurubu. Yo, GG's. First time that's ever happened. Let's go. Let's go. Yo, you got this, Yurubu. Friggin' nice. Yes. Galvan loves Godai Delta. We will deny their fun. Thank you for redeeming your pebble too. And for hydrating me. Alright, you'll fight cool guy on the cool stage. Maybe I should have played some more with the new changes before hopping in a ranked set. I feel like that might be rough. Yep. That was good. No time to shield. I'm surprised. Oh wow. Okay. That up tilt. Holy shit, that up tilt is so good. Oh my god. Oh my god, no! Yep, I had that edge guard, I just killed myself. Galvan's up tilt, bro. Galvan's up tilt has to be one of the best moves in the game. To take one season someday and actually grind ranked. I only ever play enough to get placed and that's it. Yeah, if you grind for a whole season, you're bound to get a better ranking than if you just make your placements and stuff there. It's I mean, it can be brutal. It's also a fun exercise. It's also fun to see like where you can reach. It is a very different way to play than casual. So like it practices different skills. God, can I get out of the I want out of the blender, please. Well. What a roll. What a fucking roll. Honestly, they're not even beating me on the edge guards, really. They just have a very good combo game, and I don't know, I'm not playing super well today, I guess. Oh, what the fuck? That pushed me off. Ah, please! The range? Okay, at least we got a kill. Okay. Okay. You're gonna do this? You gotta get arcane? Yeah, I'm adjusting to the big changes for sure. Oh, you know, it's whatever. Oh, what? That cost me 12 points. It's so brutal. It's the first time I really saw the nerf to side special cancel to ledge. It just smacked you. Yep. I mean, that's gonna happen. It's gonna happen a lot. Honestly, that's like... They nerfed it so bad. Like... I'm hesitant to say it like this, but I feel like Kragg's side special is basically useless now. Basically useless. The only way it's gonna be good is if you can recover high enough that they can't reach you in time for you to get an edge cancel. That's literally the only use. That, and like as a back pocket tool that you pull out once in a while as a big mix-up. Because like... It's so slow now, it's gonna be super reactable for everyone. But I'm all for nerfing a recovery, but yeah, I feel like that might have been a little bit too much. Because like they wanted to differentiate the side B and the up B, and I get that, and they did that. That works. The problem is that they made both of them kind of really bad. So now, if Kragg doesn't have his pillar, he basically doesn't have a recovery. I mean, we'll see. Like I said, I'm hesitant to put it like that because I feel like that's a bit harsh. I need more playtime to really get a feel on it. But so far it feels brutal. It really feels brutal. If they want Kragg to be a glass cannon, that's fine. It's just that like I never had the impression that that was their goal. Yeah, Arcane can recover from literally anywhere. Yep. Because I agree with you. Like Arcane's recovery is low-key ridiculous. Like, if he has his puddle, he will get back on stage. It's as simple as that. If he doesn't, you still need to edge guard him. Like you still need to. Because, like, it's so weird, like, with the... I don't know what it's called, but the big jump he can do with his B and double jump together, like, he gets so much height out of that. it's very difficult to know when Arcane can reach the stage and when he's forced to recover on ledge to Edgehog. So yeah. Intense. I'm not sure how this looks for such a big comboable dude. At least dial it back. I mean, yeah, we'll know, Arcade. We'll see. We'll see in the coming weeks. Honestly, with like tomorrow and the day after streams, I'll play a few hours. I'll be able to make my mind about it a little bit better. I think on Friday I'll have a better idea if this change is healthy or not. And it's gonna take a few weeks to really acclimate to it. I don't know. Once Krags are acclimated to it, it might be less bad than it looks right now. I don't know. We'll see. I'm glad Rano didn't get touched. Don't have to adjust anything. I can't tell if you're sarcastic or not, Sparkling. I think Rano is fine right now. I also think they should either reduce the number of active frames on his nair and back air or increase the recovery a little bit. I think having aerials that come out that fast also last that long is kind of sketchy. Make a way to get rid of puddle. Yeah, that would also be interesting. Yeah. This is why I pick smaller stages against Arcane, so his recovery isn't as great. Yeah, I mean, that's what everybody does. Him being so heavy also helps him survive even on small stages, right? Main raster and the frog has better air game than me. Yeah. I honestly thought Rhino was amazing the patch before. Oh, he's being serious? Oh, okay. Yeah, I mean, like, Rhino's good. I think he's fine where he's at right now. I wouldn't like him to be much better than he is right now, but I don't think he needs to be worse either. I think he's fine. To answer your question, Rohan, I spent most of today's stream reading the patch notes, so I haven't played that much. I can't really say for sure how I feel about Kragg's recovery now. It does feel much different and much worse. I will say that. I think they might have made it a bit too slow because, like, what made like the way it was previously. It was already a big commitment to go for side B cancel. The thing that made it good is that it was fast enough that you couldn't really react to it. You had to anticipate it and to stuff it out as a call out. You had to like know, okay, what's the timing they're gonna go for side B cancel? I'm gonna put a hitbox in the way. I'm gonna stuff them out that way. Now I feel like it's reactable. And that's bad. Because now both his up B and his side B cancel feel reactable. Like his up B, you need to be so close to the stage for it to grab ledge now that it's very easy to predict when you're going to go for it because like they'll see you coming from a mile away. And the side B cancel is so slow that they can just react to you throwing it out and stuff you out with like an air or a back air. So my feeling is they might have gone a little bit overboard and made it too slow. But like I think that the idea behind the change is the right one. They might have gone a little bit too far. That's where I'm at right now. But like I said, I'm gonna need more play to really make up my mind about it. Maybe I'll have a different discourse on Friday. Or maybe it's going to be the same thing and I'll be like, no, this sucks, guys. This is bad. We'll see. But, yeah, for now, a tentative, kind of bad. also kind of okay because the character has other strengths. We'll see what comes out of it. All right, this is it for us today, guys. We'll prepare to head out. I'll link the Discord server for the people interested. Come join us in there. We can discuss the Rivals patches in more depth. There's also lots of raccoon memes flying around. If you're into that, we like raccoons around here. Hey, let's go for Viviana. Oh. Yep, GG's. Au revoir tout le monde. Au revoir Arcade. I will see you tomorrow for more Rivals at noon. Same time as today. Thank you for the raid message, Moon. You guys grab the one you prefer. First one has the channel's emojis. So you guys like they won't appear if you're not subscribed, but you know, whatever. Pick the one you prefer. You take care too, Rohan. I'll see you later. Alright. Have a good day, everyone. Thank you to everybody who tuned in, came by, came in, came everywhere. Peace.